It's taken, Max. Sammy got first. Sammy redeemed first before Seribot got here. God damn. Gamer second, H-Hive's third, Tricky late.
Morning, sirs.
Morning, Lupo. G'day, all ye gidunts. How are yous? You have an excuse for being third this time? Is it because first and second had already been claimed? That's the only reason. That sounds right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's logical. All right. Let's see. That's what we're doing. Which means I need to create like a texture for shit. Damn it. How can we do this? It's 10. I can't be watching Twitch all night. I mean, who says you have to be watching? You can leave it on in the background while you sleep. You know? You've got options. Dex, what up? I keep forgetting about the fake ad stuff. Need to get that taco ad storyboarded. Jeez. Silly me. Silly me. How big would a close sign be? Pick a number between 3 to 10 that isn't 5. 5. I pick 5. There we go. There we go. I hope that was helpful, H-Hives. I hope it was helpful. It was not? Why not? Why wasn't it useful? I thought it was very useful. Ooh. Ooh. We got two things going on. Roy. G'day. G'day, you gidunts. We've got 5 seconds left on the ads. 5 seconds. Don't worry. Don't worry.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Our ads are now over. Roy, welcome in. How was your stream? What were you doing? Give us all of the juicy details. That's what we want. Atticus, thank you for continuing your gifted sub. Much appreciated. You legendary, fantastic, Giduntical. Much appreciated. Welcome in, y'all. We're working on our Bobble Shop Sim. I'm doing some day-night cycle stuff today. So I'm getting a open-close sign that you can put in your window. And when you flip that, it'll do stuff to Like, it'll like enable, disable NPCs coming in and stuff like that. Did you know the sun is inching closer to you? Yes. Yes. Did you know that by the time the sun engulfs the earth, I won't be here, so it doesn't matter? It can come for us. Why does that sound creepy? The sun is always watching. Good stuff. Well, season-wise, yes. That's actually one reason why summer in the southern hemisphere, or like why the southern hemisphere has a higher rate of skin cancer. Earth orbit around sun. So, where is it? Here. Yeah. So, you can see how we're a bit closer to the sun in January. Like, from like December through to February, it's closer to the sun. Like, 152 million kilometers, 147 million kilometers. That distance, I think it increases the amount of UV rays that hits the Earth by like 7% or something. So that's why summer in the southern hemisphere feels worse, and why the southern hemisphere has a higher rate of skin cancer, because we're being blasted with a lot more UV radiation during our summer. It sucks. It sucks. Yeah, not fun. Not fun. But what were you doing, Roy? If you've got links to stuff that you've done and released or are working on, feel free to post them. You know? Us in the northern hemisphere have been blasted with humid air. Yeah, humid air is terrible. That is the worst. Like, the worst weather to be in. It's not nice. It's not nice. No one wants it. I was doing art this time. Wasn't even doing any game dev, but I have been doing that in the background. Nice. Well, yesterday I put together like everything I want to do before the demo is ready. So yeah. The demo will have, where are they? General modeling updates. 10 to 20. Actually, no. 10 bobbles for each bobble category. Yeah, there we go. When we have all of this stuff done, we will have a demo ready to go. We're almost at an alpha. Almost at an alpha, so people can test it, give me some feedback, give me some, like, tell me what bugs there are. And then that will work in to, not a new note, you can piss off. Yep, don't ask again, delete it. New folder, bugs. Under here I can start putting all of my different bugs that people report and such. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to it. I need to do that.
How did you sleep?
I slept like a person sleeping. Yep. I woke up this morning and I was like, that was nice. That was nice. It did take me a while to fall asleep. Like, I was just laying in bed, just like... Hello, sleep. Hello. It took forever to fall asleep. I've been balancing my game and trying to fix some stuff in the long run. And I've even shown people the inspiration for what the game has to offer in terms of game modes, only for a couple modes. Trying to fix one mode, but I might have to make a change to a script in order to fix an issue with game mode. Yeah, fair. Hopefully that doesn't impact. Interesting. Hopefully that script change doesn't like impact wider stuff, because that'll turn into a much larger change. Much larger. What we done? That's right. It shouldn't with a simple if statement. Hopefully. Copy that. Where is it? Why? Stop that. Stop it. All I want to do is move around. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why can't I? Why? Why? Why is this? I'm trying to figure out in some scenes I can right click and then use like WASD to move around. But for some reason I can't do it in here. For some reason this scene I can't do it. Damn it. Why? Why? All I want to do is move around the scene. But I can't do that. Why? Oh my god. Why can't I move around the scene? Blender 4.5. Move around scene. It's very annoying. This is very, very annoying. Shift F. Apparently not. Shift F ain't doing anything. I saw a stream notification calling all Gadunts to the stream, and it got me thinking, am I a Gadunt? Thoughts? Let me see here. You are a Gadunt. You are a Gadunt. Everyone that has followed is a Gadunt. Everyone that is yet to follow is a potential Gadunt. If you are in chat, you're probably a Gadunt. What does that make subs? Fantastic Gadunts.
Sorry, I was mid-game in Rocket League. I wanted to ask sooner. Can we peek a list at your beta release checklist?
My beta, I don't really have a beta release checklist. For dunce, you might say. Nah. Never. I don't have a checklist for the alpha or the beta or anything like that. I've literally just got my demo. It's like my demo just has like UI stuff that I need to do, some HUD stuff, some modeling, some animations, dialogue stuff that needs to be set up, NPC queuing improvements, the day-night cycle stuff, loading screens, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's probably, I would say all of this I could probably implement in a month. I would probably have all of this implemented in a month. But with the, like, once I've got NPCs spawning and buying things, and I've done the queuing improvements, as well as the, like day-night cycle, this here, the, and this implemented. Like, once I've got that stuff implemented, it's pretty much put it out for alpha so people can test around with the functionality of purchasing stuff, interacting with the tablet UI, placing furniture, placing things on the furniture, and selling things, going through the transaction process with the FPOS machine and the cash register and the change and stuff. And any bugs they report, I need to fix. So that probably adds a bit more. Sounds like a lot. How long do you reckon it'll take? It's on track for start of November. It's definitely on track for start of November. But yeah, whether or not I put the demo up on Steam at the start of November, because I want to have a couple to a few months of the Steam page being up, to like gather wish lists and stuff before I put up the demo. So, and then there's also making a trailer as well. I'd want to make a trailer before the demo. I'd Fiverr a trailer. Why would I Fiverr a trailer? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Because that means I'd have to give, like, I'm not doing a cinematic trailer. Like, my trailer is going to be a gameplay trailer. Like, I'm not paying someone to do a cinematic trailer for this thing. Why? Why can I not move around using the keyboard? What the hell? As you know, cinematic trailers are a big reason to buy games. I never care to look at gameplay trailers to determine if I want to play a game. I know, right? I know. Godot 4 will be... Like, what do I... It needs to be... Not Godot 4. Blender. Move. View. Using keyboard. Because Shift F isn't working. Get that on. You fine tune control. Holding control, you can pan. Work on global. Walk fly mode. Once you enter fly mode, you can move the view. WASD. Can't turn your head using this method. For that part, you need a mouse. But I can't enter fly mode. Shift F isn't doing anything. That's why. There we go. Jesus. Oh, why did you go down there? God damn it. All right. Let's see. So that's how large it would be. Okay. Let's bump this up to 3.5. Bump you up there. Bump you down to there. All right. Beautiful. Want to apply the scale now. Jeez. Grab this. Let's see. Now we need to do that. What I want to do, I want to copy that. Beautiful. We do open sign. Open sign. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, there we go. Finally got that done. Hello, Victor. How are you doing? Sorry, I just wanted to get that done. That was annoying me. That was very annoying. How's everyone's Monday gone? Actually, wait, it's Thursday, isn't it? Fuck, it's Thursday. Oh, how's everyone's Wednesday gone? Oh, I have a sense of time. Nope, it's Thursday. Jesus Christ. Can't believe it's already the end of July. Already the end of July. This whole week has been Mondays, so you're good. Yeah, it feels like every week is just Mondays these days. It's absolutely cray. Let's get rid of that. Fill. There we go. Finally wrapped up that exploit fixing at work. Ooh, nice. I feel you on the time thing. Past 4 days, it felt like 3 weeks. PC decided it wanted a swim after aircon unit decides to fall on it. What? Did your PC get filled with water from the aircon when it fell? Or did it get knocked into... Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. You have my condolences. Oh shit, why has that got a material? Oh. Why are you there? Go away. Yucky. Okay. It's insured. Ah, smart. Hope you've learned not to store electronics under an AC unit. Or don't have an AC unit. Just don't have air conditioning. Simple. What do we want this to be? Let's do... There we go. Not white paint. Texture paints. Actually, you know what? Mrs. used my studio while she was working last night. Didn't realize it was there. It was in there. Was setting my desk mic up and knocked the cable with it on. Yeah, shit happens. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Alright, so there's no real way for me to do a rectangle or anything on here. But that's fine. That's fine. All I need to do... Let's... What do I want to do? I want to do a fill. I want to do that. The reason why I want to do that... Alright. Most of the game is backed up. Yeah. Yeah, smart. Where? There we go. So, what we can do... Save this as that. And then... Let's go critter. We are opening... Oops. Assets. Props. Open close sign. Alright. God damn it. I hate using Blender hotkeys in Critter and then swapping back over to Blender and using Critter hotkeys in Blender. It's very annoying. Open sign. We need something like this. Something like this, like, so it needs to be white with a red, like mostly red. Then we have white, the white box with white text. Let's do that. Let's do that. Very simple, very straightforward. Very simple, very straightforward. Let's close that first. And go in here. Change this. We do that. Add critter. Lovely. I have some chicken sausage that I'm, Actually, do I have chicken? No, I had chicken sausage yesterday. Today, for lunch, is some garlic herb marinated chicken. Yummy. God damn, that's fucking... That's like spot on. Okay. Damn it. What up, white blue? How be going, you? All right. Why aren't you moving now? God damn it. So annoying. So annoying. Whoops. Oh, that's right. There we go. Do I need to flip this vertically? I think I need to flip this vertically. Transform. Layer. Transform. Mirror vertically. Damn it. Mirror horizontally. Alright. Now I do this. Here we go. Actually, no. Let's remove that. I mean, that looks pretty solid, but I think it's too much up there. Zero, zero. Get rid of this. All right. God damn it. Blender hotkey. Why do I keep using Blender hotkeys? Why? Very annoying. I'm getting annoyed at myself for forgetting. Uh... Oops. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. That is exactly where I want it. All right. That's right. I was asking yesterday if anyone knew of any group that was put together specifically to combat other groups that overstep. Because I think that would be a very helpful group. Horizontally. There we go. Ow. That's supposed to be the government. Good luck with that. Well, that's why I was thinking, like, what if we put together a group that is specifically designed for, like, when a corporation or an advocacy group or something tries to overstep or subvert the law or something, like, come out as like an anti message of that. To be like, no, don't listen to these people, they're idiots. Alright, stop it. Also, what up, White Blue? I see you over there. Let's see. Alright. I think that's a good... That looks good. That looks good. Where are we? Too much on this side. Not enough on that side. There we go. It doesn't have to be perfect. That's the thing. Now the other thing I need to do We need to bring Blender back up. So if I view this front on, we go to. Just reminds me of that old country song, Coalition to Ban Coalitions. I mean, if it works. If it works. So that's the top left of you. And that's the top left of you. Oh, that hurt. Ow. Why did you rotate 180? Okay. So that's the top left, that's the top left. So we can now take text and we can go bless you. Thank you. Thank you. I've always wanted to be blessed. Let's change this to 72. And instead of free sands, nah, that one doesn't look good. Yeah, that doesn't look right either. What would be a good font for this? We could try Roboto. Where it there's no bold, like semi-bold, small bold, medium. I guess we're going with that. There we go. There we go. No, go away. I didn't ask for that. I don't have that selected. Move you to be roughly center. And then change this to 96, I guess.
Do you eat instant noodles?
I do. I do. 2-minute noodles are nice. 2-minute noodles are very, very nice. Why?
Which ones?
2-minute noodles. There's literally a brand in Australia called 2-minute noodles. Like, two-minute noodles. See? Veggie, 2-minute noodles. At the same time, it's not the only thing I have. I've got a ton of those, but I also have a bunch of mee goreng, like different versions of mee goreng, and I also have a few of these, the Shin gourmet spicy noodle. Yeah, pretty good. I got like that one. I think that's the one I've got. The Shin ramen. Shin ramen. I have another mee goreng pack that's not that. Might be that one. Might be that one. Yeah, I've got a lot of instant noodle stuff in my cupboards. Yeah.
Wow, YHAT must be a record or something. 2 minutes, the shortest I've had is 3 minutes lol. Do you have frozen ones too?
I don't think. We don't have frozen instant noodles. We have like ready-made meals that you can microwave, like spaghetti and such. But nothing instant noodle-esque, if that makes sense. Let's change this now. Open. And go, what, that. I think that works. Ow. What the hell? Like I got like a beard hair or mustache hair stuck on my tonsils or something. Oh, it's annoying the crap out of me. Alright, let's move this here. Yep, the real danger of hair. You know it. You know it.
We have like these.
Miso ramen. Yeah, no. Never. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever. We'll never have that. I go like frozen ramen. I have never seen any of these in store. Like maybe this where it's just like the noodles, nothing else. Maybe that. But yeah, I've never seen that stuff. That seems odd. Right, where is frozen? I guess it'd be under frozen meals. Like we got frozen spaghetti bolognese and fettuccine and pad thai and that type of stuff. But there's no like frozen ramen. I'm interested now to know if there is. Yeah, no. Not seeing anything. The closest we've got is like frozen pad thai.
Yeah, we have those kinds, but they are rather expensive.
Korean noodles. Korean japchae noodles. Yeah, no. This is all we've got. Like you've got these ones here, which is basically just the like instant noodle in a bowl sort of thing. But yeah, we don't have any of the frozen pre-made ones with the meat and stuff like that. None of that. Where? Closed. Oof. Somewhere around there. You. Merge with layer below. Yes. Is that ads? Look at that. We're open. We're closed. All right. And what we need to do, I need to get myself another coffee. What up, Sizzler? You are late, but that's okay because I'm going to get a coffee. And then when I get back, you can explain why you were late. All right. BRB, y'all. There's the first word to help yous.
And there was much rejoicing.
And I'm back. Dang. We lost. Let's do that. You played alone? You didn't play alone. You had Atticus. Let me see. Sizzler. No excuse, you're just late. Okay, that's good. I'm fine with that. I'll accept that. I like that you've taken responsibility. All right. Beautiful. I like it. All right. Oh, that's right. We also had I got a notification this morning saying no signal is on sale. So if you want to try out a fun space puzzle game, you can jump on Steam and get no signal. And I don't mean that you lose your internet signal. I mean the game is called No Signal. It's not like you open up Steam and then you lose your internet connection. That's not what I'm talking about. All right? Let me be clear. I think that's good enough. Oh, shit. There's one other thing. I already got rid of it. Cool. I knew that was going to happen. My god, why is this Twitch app so horrible? Yeah, Twitch Mobile, I've heard, is not great. Not great. Desktop experience has been getting worse. That's so funny. That's just funny to me. Root type. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're officially a Gedunt. And what that means is you get to introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt. Now, the next time you are talking to someone about supernatural type stuff, like we're talking werewolves, Frankenstein, yeah, vampires, all that kind of stuff, I want you to introduce yourself to them as a Gedunt. Okay? It's G''DUNT. It stands for good 4-letter C word that we like to use in Australia. Everyone you meet needs to know that you are a Gedunt. The world's better when everyone's a Gedunt. Not a cult. Hashtag not a cult. Let's see. Who's in shape? Finally, I can call myself a Gedunt. Damn right. Damn right. And anyone that doesn't like that, you can call them a Bedunt, which is a bad C word. You could before, but now it's true. That's true. That's true. Ah, that's right. You're 0.2. You're 0.35. And you're 0.005. Props. Anyway, there's been a pad view release of the rocket launch from Down Under yesterday. Now, what rocket was it? Australia's first homegrown orbital rocket, the Eris, was launched by Gilmore Space Technologies on July 29, 2025, but it crashed shortly after takeoff, achieving only 14 seconds of flight. Despite the failure, the launch is seen as a significant milestone for the Australian space industry. I mean, why is it still news that stuff crashes? Who are you? Like, Okay. It doesn't look like all of them were firing correctly. Yeah. You can see. Like, see there? This rocket doesn't seem like it's doing anything. Like this engine here, this thruster. You know, like these two working real hard, and then that one kicks in. Yeah. I mean, not entirely sure what the issue was, but one of the engines struggled to keep flame, and then the second one went out. Yeah. Yeah. It looked like the engines weren't working together properly. And I mean, that's the thing. Whenever anyone does their first ever rocket launch, it's going to crash. It's going to fail. That's just what's gonna happen. No one's ever going to build a rocket and have its first takeoff be perfect. And you know why? Because right now, the people that know how to build them and have them launch successfully and not have issues and whatnot, they don't share the information about how to do that. They just go, no, we're keeping the designs, we're keeping all of the plans and the diagrams and the designs and all that secret. No, even then, Sizzler, even after testing everything for like 2 years individually, it's still gonna fail to launch its first time when you put everything together. Because there's going to be some calculation that's slightly out because they didn't anticipate something to be a certain weight or something like that, and it's just gonna throw everything out of whack and cause it to crash. It's like, it's always going to fail until a company does all the work, or a government agency does all the work to get these rockets working properly, and then releases that information to the public for companies to use and create their own. It's gonna keep happening. New Gwen's booster failed to launch on its first launch, but the second stage got to orbit. Vulcan can hit a bullseye orbit on its first launch. SLS worked on its first flight. What the hell is SLS? I don't think it's surf life-saving. New Gwen's booster failed to land. You gotta have better luck searching space launch system. Like don't get me wrong. Like, companies can make a new rocket and it can launch successfully on the first time they fire it up. But the very first rocket that a company tries to launch will fail. And then in the future, they might design like a second rocket and that one will work first time. Yes. But that's like not their first rocket, if you know what I mean. Like, yeah. It's like the space launch system Let's see. A super heavy lift rocket for human exploration beyond Earth orbit. What up, P1? Trying to get tag spaces to work right now on my system. How are you, Mr. Streamer Man? I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing? You doing A-okay? Good to hear. Have you heard the news about Russia having a massive earthquake in the East Russia, 8.8 magnitude? I did hear about that, and there's like tsunami warnings for areas that might be hit and stuff like that. Did some cleaning today. Today was a chore. Yeah, cleaning's always a chore. Cleaning's always a chore. Interactor, no. Open, closed. Just checking in. I will have good luck. Don't you worry about that, P1. Good luck with your work. Because of that tsunami in the US. Yeah, California's eventually going to get hit. Yeah, exactly. What would be interesting? Like, one thing that I don't know why countries haven't started doing this yet. All right, but if you like, we have the explosive capability to trigger a tsunami, right? So I don't know why countries and governments haven't started going, how can we really mess up that area? Hey, why don't we just like detonate something here and then have that cause a tsunami that's just gonna like smash that coast? Why not? Why not? But against the tsunami, so it deflects it. Just end up with countries having tsunami wars. Whoever generates the biggest tsunami wins. Oh my god. Why are we giving governments these ideas? Why are we giving military these ideas?
Because it will backfire, karma or whatever you believe in.
Oh, it's always... Anything you do when it comes to warfare will backfire. Like, if you start shit, you're gonna get shit. That's all there is to it. I'm trying to race bus to school so I can play with my girlfriend's cousin, which is in primary school, which... What? I had a stroke reading that. Me too. Me too. So your girlfriend has a cousin that's in primary school. And what, you gonna play like soccer or something? I remember in school, the old school Digimon. What were they called? The Digimon. Tamagotchi things. These things. These things. I remember these things. They were so good. No, my school had Digimon, but one kid would always smuggle Pokemon cards into class. Nah, these things were the best. These things were the best. Like, specifically, like, there was one specifically, which was, like, you were able to get a Agumon and eventually evolve it all the way up into, like, a Greymon sort of thing. You know? I want one of these. I want to get one of these again. I want one of these. I want one of these. I want to see if you can still get them. Not the... No, those are just Tamagotchis. I want the Digimon. They have a Yoda. Oh no, that's a Grogu. They have a Grogu Gotchi. A Grogotchi. Bandai Namco? Yeah, nah, you'd have to go on, like, eBay or something, I reckon. You'd have to find it on eBay. Digimon Tamagotchi.
If a man eats a man named Man, does the man become Man? And if that Man is a man foes, it means it's Man.
Man! That was a sentence. $90. 20th anniversary Digital Monster V-Pet. God damn.
Demon, I did not understand the gosh darn thing you just said, F.
Version 1 Tamagotchi from 1997 Virtual Pet. Inbox. $500. Oh my god. Now, the issue is, it says new box.
Better then.
I have a feeling it's been opened at some point. Because they're not showing anything from, like, around here that has, like, the tape on it and stuff like that. Do a subathon and you can buy that. Ah, man. 650? And then you can, like, battle each other and stuff. God, they were so much fun. They were so much fun. I feel like we're using the eBay today. It's the only way to find these because they don't get made anymore. Like, these aren't made anymore. If you go to Amazon and try to find Digimon Tamagotchi, like Digimon V-Pet sort of thing, like, you've got these things and whatnot, but I want the old school. I want the old school kind of thing, you know? That's what I want. A screen protector. But yeah, like, this thing, like, $300. It's, yeah. I want the old school one. I think that's a great idea, though, for something to do with the pets thing that I want to do down the bottom to replace stream, like, be my personal stream avatars, where people can connect up and they can get an egg, and after a certain amount of points, like after they use a certain amount of redeem, the egg hatches into something, and it randomly picks something that it hatches into, and then that keeps going. Like, it just grows up and whatnot, and like evolves into stuff once you do certain things, or once you win a certain amount of battles and stuff like that. Yeah. Add all the life cycle stuff to encourage watch streaks as well. Exactly. Like the stronger it is, like the stronger your monster is, the more channel points you need to use in order to get it to the next stage, sort of thing. That'd be sweet. That'd be sick. That'd be so fun. Hello, David. How are you doing? I use eBay for buying things for my classic Nintendo collection. Yeah, because you can't use that stuff. Like, you can't buy that stuff brand new anymore because they don't sell it anymore. It's unfortunate.
Late is the new early.
No, it's really not. It's really not. Should be a little hypnotic. I like this.
You sure about that chair?
We need to open. Do that. What was this? Yeah, I like that idea.
I got better.
I don't think he did.
Sometimes I want to turn the chair back into a human so I can get him to leave.
Why turn them back into a human then? Why don't you turn them into a tree? Because then they can leave. Ah!
Trees take up too much space.
But they would leave more.
Let's just burn chair, then are made of wood.
I am a newt.
You're not a newt, you're a witch. You turn other people into newts. Newt. I don't know. Let's add an interact data.
But what if witch turn themselves into a newt?
What? Why would witch turn themselves into a newt? That doesn't make sense.
For fun, I don't know.
For fun, I don't know. Do you know of a good way of indexing into a list of icons from a key event that doesn't involve putting the key codes into a dictionary? So you want to relate a key event to a list of icons via index. So, I think you're gonna need a dictionary for that. I'm pretty sure. What you could do... No, that would be even more work. There's no point to do that. So you need a dictionary that would have the key event that maps to a icon. Or you could... The other way to do it is just a match statement. Just have match for input events. Blah.
Guess a number from 1 to 103 decillion 739 nonillion 374 octillion 649 septillion 291 sextillion 639 quintillion 273 quadrillion 936 trillion 293 billion 739 million 372,947.
I am impressed. Well done. Well done.
I didn't know we could count that high.
It's a pronounceable number, yeah. I didn't think it would say it. I did not think it would pronounce that. I thought it was just going to say 10373937464929173937393739372947. That's what I thought it was going to say.
Guess.
2. That's my guess.
Wrong, it was 56.64.
56.64. I didn't know that we were taking into account non-counting numbers like fractions. Jeez, if I had have known that, I would have guessed 56.64. That was my first. That's my first fraction that I would have guessed. My first decimal number that I would have guessed. 2 is my first integer number. No, fractions. Decimals are just a way of representing fractions.
Hate to break your bubble, but 103 decillion 739 nonillion 374 octillion 649 septillion 291 sextillion 639 quintillion 273 quadrillion 936 trillion 293 billion 739 million 372,947 is not within the floating point range.
It doesn't need to be within the floating point range, alright? They just said to guess a number between 1 and that number.
Always
they didn't say it had to be an integer. Like we're not computers. We can function on something higher than floating point. But yeah, so for instance, 1/2 is 0.5.
Get better head.
2.5 is 5 on... No, 2.5 would be... is it 5 on 2? Would be 2.5? 1.5 is 3 on 2? Some languages still use base 12. That's correct. That's correct. And some languages make no sense, French. My language uses a base of 3,735.748,383. That's horrible. That is horrible. Why would you use that as a base for your counting system? Store open. Your stream is now age restricted. You said French. That's fine. That's fine. You're age restricted. Yeah. Yeah. You cannot get, like, you cannot be younger than you are right now.
I made the counting system myself.
So
I am
you're
a
age
demon. It
restricted.
had to be horrible.
Made the counting system myself. I'm a demon. It had to be hard. That's true. That's true. I'm also age restricted. We're all age restricted. None of us are allowed to be younger than we are right now or older than we are right now. We are restricted to the age that we are. You want to talk about confusing languages? Duolingo makes no sense because it makes me want to learn phrases like 8 kilo tomaten and 8 kilo Erdbeeren. And after some point, that's just too many tomatoes and Erdbeeren. It depends though. If you're running a restaurant or a cafe or something, you may need that many.
Talk for yourself. I am younger than I am and older than I am.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Where am I gonna put all these tomatoes and
Yes, I am.
you're not putting them anywhere, artist. You're getting them in, you're chopping them up, you're cooking with them, and you're serving them to people. Done. And then you need to get another 8 kilos of tomatoes. Yeah, because everywhere you go, tomato is with everything. You go somewhere for a toasted sandwich for breakfast, it's got tomato. You go somewhere for a burger, it has tomato.
I
You
am
go somewhere
going
for
to
pizza,
test to see if this
has
demon
tomato.
is British. Zed.
You go somewhere to get a big breakfast, it has tomato. You get a salad, it has tomato. You get, yeah, and anything and everything has tomato in it, basically. Tomato weighs more than a strawberry. 8 kilos of strawberries
He's
is a lot of
British.
strawberries.
He said Zed is Zed.
Strawberries is... like, strawberries you can use for all kinds of desserts. You know? And you can use them in smoothies. You can use them in breakfasts. You can make fruit salads that have strawberries in them. Like... there's plenty of things you can do with tomatoes and strawberries. Make strawberry trees. Exactly. Mark gets it. Yeah. Jeez. I need to change.
This demon is British. He said Zed is Zed. It should be Z.
No, it's Zed.
Zed.
See? Strawberry pizza. I mean, that's a dessert
Zed.
pizza.
It's Z.
It's not.
Z.
Zed.
Learned Hello World is basic. Kind of stuck with recursion and pointers.
XYZ.
Z.
Yeah, but that's because culty is wrong, Sizzler. Recursion, I'd probably stay away from for the time being.
Not Z.
Recursion can lead to bad things if you do it wrong.
Z.
Pointers you want to kind of build up a bit. But you need to research pointers a lot if you want to. Yeah. When you put a pointer into a pointer as a class, it's infinite, right? No. What? It's infinite? What do you mean it's infinite? And thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. You're officially a gedunt, and the next time you're speaking to anybody, you need to tell them that you're a gedunt, okay? That's your task. Very cool mustache. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. It's nice and big. Don't be a bedunt. When you point a pointer at a pointer class, like an infinite box.
Culty is though only right one time to switch to the culty's mortal vessels so that I may say Z instead of Zays.
So if you have a pointer that's pointing to a different pointer,
Z.
both of them are just pointing to the same. They're both pointing to the same memory address, basically. Because a pointer is just pointing to the start of a memory, it's just pointing to an address in memory.
Off freedom from the body of the demon.
And then if you have a pointer that's pointing to that pointer, it's basically just a way to point to the same address in memory. But you've now got a double pointer, and it makes things more confusing. For now, with the level that you're at,
now.
With the level you're at, Mark, don't worry about pointing pointers. Don't worry about setting up double pointers and stuff like that. Don't do that though. Is there a point though? In some cases, like you need a reason to do that. It's not common. It's not common to need to do that, but there might be a use case for it. Anything you're doing at the moment though, in your learning journey, you don't need to worry about it. You're worrying about advanced topics that you just don't need to worry about at the moment. For some key codes, I can do car on the key code. Yeah. How does that help you with mapping it to... Yeah, it doesn't, yeah. You're gonna need a dictionary or a match statement. One of the two. Do that. Oops. That's right. I need to attach a script to you. Interactable. Well, I want to do AGT, so I thought recursion would be good. Again, don't worry about recursion. That's an advanced topic. You want to try and avoid recursion as much as possible, because when you do recursion, if you're not passing, like you need to pass by reference when you're doing recursion to reduce memory consumption. If you're passing a value deeper down and returning that value back up the recursion tree, you're essentially allocating new memory each time. Each time that recursion loops, it's allocating new memory for the new variable to hold the result, sort of thing. And that's why Python recursion and stuff like that is terrible. Whereas with C++, you need to be good enough at C++ to be able to handle it via reference correctly, so that all you're doing is updating the reference, like the value in the same reference the entire way down. And then you don't return you don't need to return anything back at that point. It does still take up extra memory and whatnot though. So you kind of want to avoid recursion for that type of stuff. Would it also mess with the stack? It can, yeah. If you do it if you do it incorrectly, it can mess with the stack, yeah. But like that just depends on how you implement the recursion, as if to mess with the stack or not. Stack corruptions, my beloved. But yeah, like if you just pass a reference in, and you're just using that reference the entire way down, whenever you change the value in the reference, you're good. And then you just, like, when it stops, it just goes back up and it doesn't need to return anything or change anything because you've already got the reference. Like, the value in the reference is already updated. So we need to go there. Last name, open sign. Gonna do interact. State machine, current state. Interact. And get interactions. I don't need to do anything with that. There you go, function, flip. Variable is open. That starts as false. I can do event as text. That's correct, you can. I do it to where it splits and reads down and up in halves. Like, what are you trying to do? So if is open. God damn it. What do we want to do? Signals. Dot close. Signals. Shop open. Damn it. Let's go into here. Store open and store closed. Store open, store close. Duh. Store close. It gives what I would expect. Yeah. Break it over and over again until I fully understand the syntax and uses. I make my own library of my coding uses and failures categorized and stored. What? I did it to where it splits and reads down and up in halves. Break it over and over again until I fully understand the syntax and uses. What are you splitting? What are you breaking? Is it just a string? Like, I'm assuming you're just breaking a string in half. So if we do that, actually, is open equals not is open. If is open, open. Otherwise, close. Beautiful. That is what you're doing? Alright, I'm gonna undo that just to get rid of the warning. Like, yeah, I'm not sure why you would... Yeah, I'm not sure why you would be breaking a string over and over again to fully understand the syntax and uses. Unless you were trying to create some sort of speech processing or text processing model. Which honestly, that's probably, for someone that's still learning programming, that's probably a very complicated piece. You got it, speech processing. Yeah, that's going to be a very complicated thing for you to do, because it's not just breaking it. It's not just splitting the string over and over again. What you would essentially need to do is you would need to have an algorithm that identifies what the nouns are, what the verbs are, what the object is, what the subject is, what the, like, all of the different elements of the state of the string. And you would need to, and then you would have to pass that in and process, is it a question? Is it a statement? Is it a response to a question? All this kind of stuff. Yeah. It's, you can't just split a string in half over and over again and understand what it's doing. It's a lot more complicated than that. And if what you want to do is take text and have it read by a speech-to-text system, like a pre-made speech-to-text system, You just need to pass that string to the speech-to-text system. That's it. You wouldn't need to split the string or anything. But if you're trying to build a speech processing system, that's a big, complicated piece of work. I'll write stories of my glory. All right. Good luck. Good luck. I won't be much help with that, to be honest. I won't be much help just because it's that kind of programming is over my head. Well over my head. It's extremely complicated stuff. You can't just say perchance. I mean, sure you can. Perchance. I have a severely good understanding of math. It's just translating it to code. It's not just, like, you don't just need to understand math. Like, you need to understand language and sentence structure and whatnot. Like, doing speech processing isn't just math. You need to, yeah. You need to be able to break everything up. Chess. Alright. Am I playing you, Lupo? I assume.
Send a challenge.
On it. 10-minute this time. It's very cold today. Like, I am so cold. God damn. What up, Jack?
Cold as ice.
How many chest redeems can be redeemed per day? Good question. Good question. I think it's 1 an hour.
This is the third time you were starting with white?
I put it on random. I have it set to random, and it just picks one of us to be white. I don't care which one I start as. Oh yeah, that's right. You're blocked there, aren't you? I can go there. And then I'll move you there. What do you think this is? Yeah, you were hoping I'd take there, weren't you? Yeah? Yeah? That's what you were hoping for. But now if you take there, I just recorrect. So. Ads are almost over too. Let's see. Go there.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Let's see. Yep, cool. I will let you have that. And do. Alright. That's right. I'm gonna take that. Now take your bishop. Hello, how are you? I'm well, how are you? G'day, Bucky, you dunce. Just wrapping this up. I'm going to lose soon, so don't worry. Either lose or stalemate, one of the two. There's no chance of me winning this. Let's see. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna let you take that. Ah, yep. Yep. I wasn't watching that one. Hey, as I said, I was gonna lose or stalemate, one of the two.
GG.
There was no chance of a win. GG indeed. Alright, back to it. But where is this used? There are no references. Alright. Alright, let me see. We need to go into, I think... Let's see. No, not game state. Shop settings. We need to go into here. And this needs to listen for... I can move that up here. There's no reason for that to be deferred. Signals. Store open. And store close. The question is, do I want this down here? Or do I want this on my game state? I think I want it on my game
How
state.
cold is it
'cause
over there? Temps dropped here some from 41 to 33°. The difference is massive.
Right now it's 10 degrees Celsius, but it feels like 4 degrees sort of thing, 4 or 5 degrees Celsius, and that's mostly because of the wind sort of thing. Wind's just making it feel cold. That's all. Nothing too much. What was I doing? That's right. In here, we need to set up
Also, humidity makes everything worse.
humidity. That's because humidity is the worst. Humidity is, without a doubt, the worst. Store close. Store open. What do I do? Day-night cycle. Let's just leave it like that for now. Fair enough. Good old alarm going off at 9:20 a.m. It's always fun. Yeah, we'll do change store open. We'll go is open as a bool. And this will do shop settings is open equals is open. Going to go into here. What do you mean? Oh my god. I know why. I know why. Change store open. Find false. Change store open. Find true. Whoops. Oops. Oopsie. We need to go into you. I'm going to change it from is closed to is open. Now, I feel there's things that we're referencing is closed. I can actually get rid of that. I can do game state shop settings is open equals the opposite of it. And we just do that. Easy. Don't need it to reference anything else. I love it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why do I need to stretch so much? It doesn't make any sense. We call flip. That does this. Okay, we can close these out. Open. What would the states? It wouldn't be idle. Opening. Purchase. Purchase. We do purchase. What up, Razor? How are you doing? After suffering with how callables work, I now have a working ability. Yes, callables. Teach me 1 hour is all I need. I swear, $100. Sneaks in, feeling quite ashamed. You should. You should. You should. Be ashamed. Be very ashamed. Interact. Character flip. I'm going to delete that. Delete you. Get rid of you. Rename this to flip. I'm actually going to set this up to be flip state. I'm going to do state is flip state. The only reason I'm doing that is because it avoids me having two scripts doing the exact same thing. So you can be purchase. You can be idle. You have open store. You have closed store. There we go. Well, I did it. Handed in my man card. I shaved. Yuck. Why would you do something so horrible? Now I get to figure out how to do sliding and try to achieve a not horrible wall run. So you're gonna want state machines. You know, a state machine that does wall run, a state machine that for like sliding and stuff like that, and you have those. You have them work together. So if you're sliding while shooting, for example, you have a sliding state that handles if we're shooting kind of thing, and you blend animations based on that stuff. It becomes a thing. I saw this dev that made a dialogue system in a player state. Ooh. Dialogue system in a player state. No, that's horrible. That's yucky. It's meant to be a modular system where everything can affect the player. State machines didn't work how I wanted it to. Where everything can affect the player. What do you mean by that? And I'm the one who has to refactor it. Oh, that's right. You're working on the Game Jam thing, aren't you? And you've taken on the other people's stuff. Like anything can affect player. Yeah, like anything can affect the player, but what do you mean? Not game jam, just fun, just a fan game? Ah, okay, just a fan game. Yeah, but like, what do you mean by like anything can affect the player? Are we talking about like a slick patch on the ground can cause the player to slip, or something hits the player and that influences them? Like what? It's meant to be a base player, and different things can go on top of that. Yeah. I'm not hearing anything that would stop a state machine from working. That's all. The game menu as a state too. Game menu as a state. I don't know what type of mushroom food. I mean, the game menu I can understand as a state. You have like each screen as a different state, sort of thing. So like you've got the main menu as the idle state. You click on settings and that changes it to the settings state. And it handles the transition and stuff. You know, I can understand that, but honestly, I would just build a menu manager. I wouldn't worry about a state machine. I tried to do a state machine, but didn't really give me the result I wanted. I know, but was it the state machine not giving you is it state machines in general don't give you the result you wanted, or is it the way you set up the state machine that didn't give you the result you wanted? I've seen state machine for menu screens. Yeah. Like the menu was a player state, a state under the player. Okay, so they're using the player's state machine to handle everything. Yeah. It's the system that needs to be set up in a way that didn't give the results I wanted. Interesting. No wonder they did the node pathfinding. Having external modifications for jumping or wall running would need to achieve a state for every different thing the player can do. That's what games do. Like a game like Mirror's Edge that has like all this parkour stuff as well as firing guns and whatnot. That has like dozens of states for the player. My face feels weird. That's because you shaved. That's why it feels weird. Like for external modifications for jumping or wall running. Like that just sounds like what do you mean external modifications for jumping? Do we mean like something that gives the player an extra boost in their jump? Or like what? An external force or something? I don't know what you mean by external modifications. If I wanted an option for double jumps or jetpack based flying, yeah. I would override the handler and do that there. I would treat jetpack-based flying as a separate thing from jumping. Double jumps you could apply, like you could handle as part of the jump state. Like if already jumping and they press jump again, do a double jump. If they've already pressed jump twice, since we've been in this jump, don't do it again. And then when it leaves the jump state, it just resets that stuff. It sounds like you just want a complex state machine. Like even nested state machines. So like you have a state machine with your base states, and then each of those base states has its own state machine to handle the different variations of that base state, sort of thing. I generally just try to avoid doing a num-based state machines, but the entire point of doing it this way is so I can have different classes do separate things without needing to have completely different player scripts. You don't need completely different player scripts. So like the player script would just call whatever state, like would just call the state machine's current state and be like, all right, when I'm handling input, I call the current state and have that state handle the input. The player script doesn't handle the input. The state handles the input. And the state handles the movement. And the state handles the process updates, like the frame updates and such. And then all you're doing, like your player script stays the same. And then you're compartmentalizing the logic of the different states inside the state scripts. And then when you have multiple different types of player, multiple different classes, the only difference is the state machine itself has a different structure and a different hierarchy and has different states in it. And those different states handle the specific logic. And your player class just becomes a general base that applies to all of the different player classes. There's probably a better way of doing that for some people, but I've hated doing a state for every possible thing. I mean, how else are you going to do it? Like... There's a reason that that's the standard way of handling it, because there's no real better way to do it. Like, it's, yeah. Where was I up to? That's right, flip. So we do flip. If you do come up with something, if you do something different to a state machine, I'd be interested in seeing it. Because that'll be something for me to learn. So this is very simple. It just does a flip. And that calls your flip, which handles changing the shop settings and then emitting store open, store close. I don't think I need to emit a store open or store close. Something different than a state machine, component machine. But yeah, like... I would just be interested to know what the different option would be. Because I can't think of one, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. State machine, switch states. State purchase. Fine, I'll do it this way, game. Jeez, kiddo. Way to bully me. What I'm trying to achieve did not play well with State Machine controlling everything when I tried it previously. Animations will probably need to rely on one of some kind. But for movement, I'm not going for one. Interesting. I'm wondering if you could do like a multiple state machine. So like you have a state machine which has multiple states active at the same time. So that you can do... So if the player's walking, then they can do... You apply walking. But then if they start shooting, you still apply walking, but you also apply the shooting state. And then the shooting state handles just the upper body animation. And firing the weapon and whatnot. And it doesn't do anything to do with player movement or anything. And if you go into a wall run, you still have the walking, but you also have the wall run state. So both of them are active, and both of their movements, like both the way they both handle movement works together to give you the wall running sort of thing. So instead of just having one state active at a time, you can end up with 2 or 3 states active at a time. And all 3 of those states processing stuff work together to give you the end result. Not a state machine tree. That would be a state machine that has a state machine under it, sort of thing. I'm talking about just having one state machine. You have all your different states under there. But instead of having a current state, you have an array of active states. That'd be interesting. I thought you meant a state machine with state machines under it. Then have states. No. Because then you'd end up with a state machine. You have your states under that. And then each of those states have a state machine. And then that has states under it. And then each of those states under that state machine has a state machine. And that just gets horrible. Horrible and ugly. It's quite the experience to order in and have them be like, you know, this is meant to be shared, right? See, I don't get that. I just get a family pizza delivered and they just look at me and they're like, yeah, fair enough. You want to tell me how much I should eat? Cook for me. Otherwise, leave me alone. You're not gonna cook for me? You can't tell me how to eat. Oh, that's why I wanted it to omit the state. Because I want this to do... if day-night cycle, enable game time, and shop settings is open. Day-night cycle, enable game time is true. I ordered 2 mediums. I'm intending to have one today and the other tomorrow, or even freezing it. Yeah, that's what I do. I'll order something that's usually like 2 meals in one, and like there's the place I order from that's like $20 delivery, and for that $20 you get like enough roasted vegetables, steamed vegetables, and like whatever your protein is, like a schnitzel or grilled chicken breast or steak or something. And it's usually enough for 2 meals for me. So I'll generally like order that, have it for lunch, like have half of it for lunch, put it aside, and then have the other half for dinner. You know? It's nice doing it that way. Yeah. Cost saving. Although if you want to do true cost saving, cook. It is always cheaper to cook yourself. Always cheaper. It's not actually saving money. Store open emits. Store close emits. Wait, I forgot to ask. Did you hear about Spotify? I mean, I know about Spotify. Spotify news. Spotify now requires face scans to access age-restricted content in the UK. Only in the UK. Only in the UK, McCory. Yeah. Spotify now requires face scans to access age-restricted content in the UK. And the reason why it's in the UK is because of the laws that the UK has just passed. So, the US is supposed to be passing a bill like that, but it hasn't gone anywhere yet. I mean, yeah, people are going to be outraged by it, like, because doing this requiring Spotify to have Face ID, like, the issue with shit like this is it's given parents a free pass to not parent their kids, right? That's all this is doing. You don't want your kid to access adult songs on Spotify. Don't buy them a mobile phone that can access Spotify and install apps. When they're using a computer at home, don't let them access Spotify. Like, monitor what they're doing on the internet at home. You know, be a parent, take responsibility for what your child is doing. Don't put that responsibility on faceless organizations. Do your job as a parent. Yeah. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe that my child is being bullied via social media while they are at school. Like, perhaps take away the $1,200 mobile phone that you bought for them. And then it won't happen because they won't be able to access the social media and they won't be able to get bullied by it because they won't be on it. Fucking hell. Stupid. But then they get bullied at school for not having a phone or social media. If they get bullied at school in person, then teachers can actually do something about that. You know? Teachers can do something about something that they are seeing happen. Teachers don't do anything about bullies. That's the other problem. We need to give teachers the ability to punish shit students again. If a parent isn't punishing their kid, then a teacher should be able to. Hello, Enot. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, again. If two students are fighting each other, like physically fighting each other, a teacher should be allowed to step in and physically force them to stop. Like, a teacher should be able to step in, grab them both by the collar, throw them apart. You know? I've seen some shit at school where I'm like, wow, that kid needs to be smacked. Yeah. Like, I've seen kids in public that are behaving like shits, and it's like, man, you need to just be laid out. Like, you need someone to just slap some sense into you because you're acting like a complete nut of shit. Investigating Titanfall 2's movement by screwing around in the gauntlet was more productive than I thought. Yeah. Fair. Parents, like young parents these days, are not doing anything about being an actual parent. Young parents these days want to be their kid's friend. They don't want to be their parent. They want to be their friend. And that's the problem. That's how you end up with people that grow up to glue themselves to the road in order to stop cars and force them to use more petrol because they're sitting there idling for 2 hours while you're glued to the fucking road. Even though you want to save the environment, apparently. Jump off wall at full speed, get you to 40 kilometers an hour, apparently. God damn, Titanfall 2's got some interesting movement. Yeah. What are we doing? Set this up. Canonically, they have thrusters on their waist that provide lift. Ah, okay. Yep. Pilots do at least. Yeah. Day ended. No. This is going to be the same thing anyway. If day-night cycle current time is less than 21 and the game time's not enabled and shop settings is open, we set you to true. Elif day-night cycle. Actually, no. I don't want to do anything else. Because we've already got it down here where if the current time hits 9 o'clock, we disable. We say, nope, not going past here. We're staying at this. Stays at 2100. Disable the in-game time. And get rid of you. If the menu's open, or day-night cycle, current time is less than 2100, or shop settings is open, return. So we're not going to allow the next day to start while the shop is open. What's weird is unless it's very subtle, I don't see any head bob. That's good. Head bob sucks. I hate games that have head bob. It's the first thing that everyone turns off. If there's a toggle in the game to turn off head bob, it's the first thing everyone turns off. That and motion blur. That and motion blur are the two things everyone turns off. Isn't this game about bobbleheads though? The bobblehead is not your character's head bobble. So your character, as you walk around, isn't going to be like bobbing like this. Your camera's not going to be doing this, you know, because that's shit. No one likes that. No one likes that. Would be funny if it did though. Why? Why? It's not funny if it did. It would be annoying. The only real form of bobbing in the is it the weapon view mode? Yeah. Aha, you bought a cursed bobblehead. Now you bobble. But that's the thing. Like we're talking about different things here, Atticus. You're talking about having the player's head act like a bobblehead. All right, that's not going to happen. First of all, because the player's not a bobblehead. What we're talking about is head bob, like when the player's walking and the head bobs up and down. Two different things. Two different things. So we've got that set up. I think that handles everything. Store expanded of type nil. 37. Base object of type nil. Huh? Store expanded, update expanded. So I think it, okay, yep. So I need that down here because it's set up before signals is set up. That sun's moving. That sun is moving. It should not be moving. There we go. Just completed a 16-minute gauntlet session and Major Anderson still said, okay, not bad. It's supposed to be less than 10 minutes, Sizzler. Come on, 10 minutes. That's what you need to add. That's what you need to aim for. Let's see. You start there. So you start closed. Supposed to be less than 10 seconds. Have you seen Gauntlet World Record? I have not. Honestly, I have not seen much of Titanfall stuff at all. A very small amount of Titanfall stuff I've actually seen. Negative 0.16. 1.5, 2.9, 2.8, oops, 2.89. Yeah, 2.89 is good. I don't know if this is the world record, but it seems to be the time most people aim for. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It seems like they were using grenades to give them a bit of a speed boost. Bit of a speed bump. We do have ads about to hit, so I'm going to give you your words while I BRB for a minute. Alright? I will be back momentarily. I hope you enjoy your ads. Alright, I'm back. Nicely done. Attempt should tell you what the big word is. Alright. Let me do that. Nice, Sammy. Nice. Ease.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. What the hell? Tame. Meta. Meta was the other M word. Of course. Of course it was meta. When is it not fucking meta? It's always meta. Always and every. Okay. What are we doing here? A lot of people doing game jams, aren't they? The oh, that one just ended. Yeah, GMTK. I didn't realize how popular GMTK was. Like, I knew it was popular, but I didn't realize it was this popular. That's right. Nothing under there that I need to edit. Under here. We need to tween open. It's the biggest that I know of, other than Ludum Dare. Yeah. Yeah. I know Ludum Dare is huge. If tweening is not null, return. So we don't want to be able to interact with it while it's tweening. Yeah. In here, we want to go tween equals create tween. Then we also want tween end. We can go tween is null. So we want to tween property of self. We want to move it back. You know, tween property, global position. We want it to be the Z. And we want to move that to global position Z minus 0.2. I want to do that over 0.2 seconds, I reckon. It seems like you can wall run for 10 kilometers an hour. Then it sends you up to 30 no matter what. Interesting. Interesting. We do tween property self. Now we're not having these run in parallel either. Rotation Y can be, I want it to spin around 3 times, like spin 3 times sort of thing. So it would be 360, 720, 1080. And then an extra 180. So it would be 1260 that it would go to. Is that right? So make it rotate 1260. We want to do that over 0.6 seconds. And then we tween the property again for why am I doing global position Z? Let's just do position Z. I think because when I rotate, if I rotate you 180, then bump you to 1.6. Oh, actually, bump you to there. Okay, cool. The rotation's not affecting that. Good to know. We move you back to no, I will do global position. I will do it as global position. That'll be safer. Global position will be global position Z plus 0.2. We do that. Rotation Y is going to be 0 if game state shop settings is open, so 180, else 0. So just like zero it out sort of thing, like set it to what it should be rather than this 1260 nonsense. And then we do tween callback, tween end. Lovely. Oh, yes. It may help if I set this up correctly. Interact. Close. Give you a placeholder texture. Left menu. We assign you as the interactable. Same thing down here. Interact. Open. This icon. Left menu. And that also reminds me that flip needs to do init state. We'll go actually. Interaction manager. Remove interactions. Interactions. But then when it stops, that's what we can do. That's what we can do. When we flip, what we do is we go collision disabled true, and then collision, actually set deferred disabled false. We need that because this way, while it's spinning, the player can't try and interact with it, which means we don't need to hold a reference to tween. Because they're not going to be able to interact with it. And then that will cause the interaction to be removed from the interaction manager because the player is not going to be detecting this interactable anymore. And then when it gets re-enabled, the player is interacting with it again. They're colliding with it again. So it re-adds the interactables. Beautiful. Let's see how this goes, shall we? You need to be mounted under the door. And what's the error? Of course. Do that. And we go under store. Go under street. I need you to be moved. Under there. Let's zero you out, shall we? Get rid of that. That's like pretty much perfect. Cool. Lock that in place. What up, Rebel? How are you doing? wonder if it's... No, there's no collision for that. Oh, of course. Yep. I haven't set this thing's collisions up. So... it's an item. I'll mark it as an item. So, yeah. Morning, Mike. How's things? Just installed Debian Rebel? Nice, nice. Debian's very nice. Why? What? What's happening? It is so slow. What, Debian is slow? Last day of chemo for this cycle. Then a week off before I repeat. Yay, a week off. Yes, yes. How have you been feeling? Is it setting in? Are you starting to feel like real tired, real like all that kind of stuff? Or is it still okay for now? You're wrecked? Yep. Yep. So it's not something that kind of wrecks you over time. It's something that just as soon as you start, you're wrecked. That's fair. That's fair. Very, very fair. We're closed. We're open. Why can't I interact with this? Like, the player's raycast is set to interact with that, right? You still got your taste buds though, right, Mike? You can still taste coffee. It's not detecting item. That's why. Not detecting item. Why is it not detecting item? Why is it not detecting item? What happened? What happened? It should be calling that. It should be calling that. Yeah, cold drinks are going to be hard. Coffee's good, Coke isn't. Can't taste it. When I drink Coke cold, it hurts going down. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. It's not forever. It's not forever. Whoops. Oh. Oh. Duh. 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 Might help if I actually call the function. Ooh, almost. Oh, because it's supposed to be rotation degrees. Yep. That can be pi. If I do rotation y, I need this to be... What do I need it to be? I need it to be 2 pi, 4 pi, 6 pi, 7 pi. There we go. You see how it's moving forward more and more. All right, so what's your position under store? Wait on. 0 on the Z. Of course. We can do zero. There we go. Easy. From now until this is over, I have to wear masks when outside. Yeah, because your immune system's compromised. Let's see. We do that. Oh, I just heard some great news. So, Finn might be moving to Australia because of his wife's work. So, yay. Finn's no longer going to be a New Zealander. He's going to be an Aussie. From fake Aussie to real Aussie. Exactly. There's this too. Hello, Hilden. G'day to you. I think that'll work. That'll work. We now have our open sign, so if we have a look out here, you'll notice that the sun isn't moving. So, the sun is staying exactly where it is. The day has not started. Okay? When I hit this, we're open. And now the sun's moving. We have our cycle. We have our day-night cycle. This will go until 9 p.m. and then stop. And wait for the player to start a new day. Yeah. Some system update broke most games for me, so I'm contemplating on swapping distro, but copying over files from current machine to non-existent external media is causing me great suffering. Well, I mean, yeah, because you need a existing external media, you know? Yeah. I like it. I like our day-night cycle. And even if I close this now, that's still moving because the day has already started. You've already started the day. All this does is stop NPCs from coming into the store. And this will have NPCs coming in again. So that's it. That's it. Oh, yes. Done. Actually, I'm not going to put it there. I think we do. What's the next thing? I think what we'll do now, we'll do this. We'll do this. Do that now. Go into our HUD. Money, I think I need to duplicate this. Need to go. Money diff. Thanks, Kingston. I even bought USB stick to have some remedy, but it can only write like 1 megabyte per second. You must have got a USB-A version 1 or something like that. What up, monkey? How are you doing? Welcome in. Imagine that's a good spot for it. So I was gonna move. Doing nice, good to hear. It moves under 1 gigabyte. Very fast, but the cache on the stick is very poop. It throws down to 1 megabit under a minute. God damn, that's... Oh. Ew. Oh, new episode of It's Always Sunny today. Yes. Yes. Ouch. The last couple episodes of It's Always Sunny have been amazing. Alright. Let's hide you. I'm gonna have to put this back to percent %S. Percent %S. I have to go... Maybe get some really cheap external SSD. Try cloud storage. Got him. Got her. Back to it then. The Chit Show. Everyone needs to watch the Chit Show on YouTube. They are funny short videos. Just email it to yourself. Yeah, email it to yourself. There you go. Lovely. Creative solutioning. Money diff text. Money format. Format price string. Prev Current minus prev. Diff, current minus prev. Still working down the to-do list? Yep. So this is the to-do list. Most of it's UI stuff, to be honest. Like this is going to be real quick to do. This will be real quick to do. Then we've got like animation for these two things. We've got modeling that we need to do. We need to create this thing. So like animation for it and stuff. And we need a day-night cycle to be done. Well, not a day-night cycle. We need the loading screen to be done. We also need audio, like background music, box opening, closing, sound, SFX, Bobble struggling SFX, wood chipper SFX. Light switch SFX. Ooh. Lighting. We need in-store lights. And light switch. Street lights. Enables after 6 p.m. Especially when I had to use browser to get files since the OneDrive Linux client had just quit working. Ew. Why would you use OneDrive? OneDrive's disgusting. So that's like all we need is these. I suppose I can also do like a cash register open, close SFX. That's like all the SFX we need right now. Release will need to do audio as well. Now I need to have like radio ad, TV ad, what else? Workshop SFX. What else would I need? To see the new FOSS file server copy party. Dude just dropped the best sharing program ever. Nearly 1 terabyte of files on it. Put into giant 7-zip containers that was put into 4 gigabyte chunks. God damn. I've not heard of Copy Party. Daystart SFX. Also, end of day report SFX. Wait, when you got some downtime, his video dropped a few days ago. It's amazeballs. Copy party. That's copy pastry. I want copy party. Copy party. Portable file server with accelerated blah 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 blah. Turn almost any device into a file server with resumable upload downloads using any web browser. Server only needs Python 2 or 3, all dependencies optional. Protocols, HTTP, WebDAV, FTP, TFTP, SMB, CIFS. Okay, so there's no secure file transfer. Yeah, no secure file transfer. I could see if I have the needed space on one of my computers that has no monitor attached using sync thing to move all my files. Yeah, you could do that. I've learned a new compliment or insult. I'm not sure. They are definitely day shift. I think that's like people on the day shift are generally normal. People on night shift are generally the ones that are a little bit weirder. In my experience. In my experience, at least. Yeah. Yeah, because people on the night shift generally are very... they're not as nice. You know? People on the day shift are usually nicer. Because they're not dealing with, like, warehouse stuff or any bullshit like that. They don't have to deal with drunk people as often. You know? Sounds like something a night shifter would say. Exactly. And the cable managing to get monitor and mouse keyboard is a pain. Who are we? Night shift. What day is it? We don't know. Actually, wouldn't it be, who are we? Night shift. What night is it? We don't know. So you got screenshots. You got videos. Made in Norway. Jesus Christ. Alpine, Debian, Fedora. No Arch support, really. Come on. No OR package for Arch. Jeez. Rude. So this is why you need to be careful. Okay? I do like what they've done with this. But you need to be careful. This should only be running on a local network. You don't want it to be running on something that has access to the internet, because you're exposing all of these ports to you would be exposing all of these ports to the public on TCP, for like FTP stuff and whatnot. And this doesn't come with any sort of secure... Like, it doesn't support any secure protocols. You know? 443 and 80 are, like, already open for, like, web access stuff and whatnot. But when you start opening other stuff like FTP and TFTP and whatnot, and you have something like this running behind it, especially running Python, you've got to be careful, because you're adding something that could potentially give a security vulnerability to your system. It could give someone an in to your system because it's not a secure connection. And you've also got to remember that while you're transferring stuff to this, it's transferring it over an unsecure connection. So, yeah, you got to be careful. Don't use it for things that you want to stay hidden, because you know it's not hidden. I do like it though. That is good. It's good for like a local file server type thing. So you can like copy stuff from your phone to your local computer and stuff like that. I can't explain his security well, but he does cover it in his video. But that's the thing, like, it's not just about his security, it's also the security of Python and the packages that he's using. Because it's not all of his code, it's packages that they're using as well. Atticus, you can tell a joke as long as it's not too
today.
graphic. Alright, I don't. Feeling a bit better today? Good to hear. Good to hear, Abnormal. You could say that you're feeling more normal. I was once a man trapped in a woman's body. Then I was born. Oh, so you also watched the Tony, like the interview with Tony clip. That's an old joke. Like, people haven't heard that before. I heard that like 20 years ago. it's very old. 20 years ago, I was 6. You child. Jeez. "20 years ago, you wouldn't be allowed on modern day internet." Don't judge me. I will judge. Believe it or not, I'm very open about the fact that I judge people. There's nothing wrong with judging people. Can't believe people are so offended about my blood donation. They're all like, where did you get all this blood? Why is it in buckets? Like, do you want the blood or not? God.
Why was that a reply to me? Ha ha.
Why was that a reply to me? What one? Oh, it was a reply to... Yeah, Atticus did reply. Yep. I see. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. If diff is greater than 0, else that. Then in here we go. Nothing if diff is greater than 0, else that. Actually, no, this should be green. There we go. And then we tween change. Tween change. I don't need to do that. What I do need to do is I need that money diff to be duplicated. I go, new diff is a label. We go, money diff. What up, Fira? How are you doing? This can equal label no. New diff position equals money position. New diff position y minus equal plus equal 60. Where are you at the moment? You're at 20. You're at 70. Yeah, 60 works. Tried to use I3 and failed. Back to gnome. You should have used that opportunity to change to like KDE. Use the opportunity to improve your life. Not go back to the yucky. Yeah, KDE. GNOME desktop environment. KDE is very good. New diff text equals that. Then we do a tween. Create tween. Parallel. Position Y towards money position Y over 0.4 seconds. We parallel tween the property of new diff. Modulate A. KDE is Plasma desktop. Yeah, it's KDE Plasma. What IDE do you use? This is NeoVim. I'm using NeoVim, Mark. The good old NeoVim. Can't get better. Honestly, I kind of just want a plain black screen terminal. But i3 was bugging me out so hard. So what you can do, if you want that, uninstall your window manager. Uninstall your window manager and your desktop manager. And then you just get a black screen with a prompt. Primogen does buy it. Yeah, Primogen use it. It's definitely helped. Like, I've still got a lot to learn and get used to with it, but the more I use it, the more I feel it's becoming better. I need to start for path variables for programs then. No. So all of your path stuff exists in. Like, you can set up your bash RC, as well as your bash profile. And you see bash profile has this path thing, and you'll usually have like an etc profile. So if we cat that, it'll have like your main stuff for setting up your path variables and whatnot. So whenever you log in whenever you log into a user, it will set up the path variables and stuff based on path and bash path and stuff like that. This afternoon, I do need to run a system update, so that's going to be interesting. Gonna have to go through the process of removing conflicts and handling conflicts and stuff like that. I don't want my machine to go straight to desktop, since if my GPU driver is cooked, I might lock myself out. I gotta type start X on my other machine to start desktop. Yeah. I was 8 years old when I learned that /USR doesn't mean user. It means universal or something, doesn't it? How hard is it to stop hackers? Grand game coder. It depends on what you're making and what engine you're making it in. Don't forget to manually fix NVIDIA packages, of course. I don't have NVIDIA. I have AMD. NVIDIA can suck a big one. I want to get AMD so bad, but I'm a laptop Andy. This is why you get a framework laptop. You get one of these, because then with the laptop 16, you can get a GPU module. And if we go like, where are we? We go down, you've got the main board here. We got the main board. Then as we go down, you got the memory modules and the storage and such. You got the keyboards and whatnot. Got the dual M.2 adapter bundle, so you can have 2 M.2 drives. You got the battery replacement, the bottom cover, the expansion base shell. Where are they? A graphics module cover. Where's the actual graphic modules? There you go. A graphics module with a Radeon GPU. So if you want to have a GPU, you just pop this in. If you don't want it, you just don't have that. And as they go, they add more and more to that. You know? You get a spacer, you can get an LED matrix and like code it to do stuff. You can get a color shifter. You know? You don't need to worry about those. Those can suck a big one. You got battery cable stuff that you can get replacements for. It's just excellent. It's just excellent all around. You can get replacement hinges if your hinges break. Got a heat sink. Working on a keyboard box for my desk. Nice. Nice. This macro pad here. This macro pad has programmable keys. So you can like make it do this stuff. You can use it for like hotkeys and stuff like that. It's very nice. Very good. I like it. RGB, so you can hotkey 50% faster. Exactly. Yeah, not just that, but whenever you press one of them, you can set it up so that it like radiates out. So like you press one, it's like all blue, or like it's all black or something, and then you press one, and it has like a white ripple effect through the RPG. Yeah, RGB, not RBG. Who looks at their keyboard nowadays? That's true. People that don't know how to touch type. That's who. We can call back and do new diff Q3. How hard is but can you try to code them out? I always wonder why we don't make games live, make game live encryption engine. We don't make game live encryption engine title. So the issue with that stuff, Mark, is you have game engines that have open source code. Unreal Engine, Unity, Godot, Ogre, O3DE, all of these game engines, their code's open source. So people can see what the encryption is and be able to crack it and reverse engineer it and stuff like that. When it comes to your game's code, there's always going to be ways around it because your program is running on the client's machine. So...
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. If your program is running on someone's machine, they have control over the memory on that machine. So they can hijack memory, they can read parts of the memory and override values to give themselves an advantage in the game and stuff like that. And then when it comes to multiplayer games, the way you circumvent that stuff is by having things processed on the server. So you don't have someone's client side. You don't have someone's client side in a multiplayer game tell the server how much damage they're dealing to an enemy. What you do is you have the client side say that they have used X to fire at a player Y and they've collided and all this kind of stuff. And then the server goes, all right, this much damage has been applied. Yes, you actually hit them. Yes, you collided with them. This is how much damage is applied, all that kind of stuff. So that way, the server is telling everyone how much damage has been dealt to who and which player has fallen and stuff like that. Because if you have that run on the client side, everyone can just go, nah, I've taken out everyone immediately. So yeah, there's... honestly, if it's a single player game, you don't need to worry about preventing them from cheating. Like, that's just... If they want to cheat and make their experience in the game shit, that's their choice. They're not hurting anyone else, they're only hurting their own experience. And some people do it just as like a knowledge test to be like, oh, can I actually do this? Am I capable of doing this sort of thing? Some people do it for that reason. So, I'll be quiet. Sorry, I have Bobble in mind. Don't be quiet. Like, ask questions. Talk to me. That's what I'm here for. If I wanted to code in peace, I wouldn't be streaming. On the flip side, some people make it way harder with randomizers, extra hard modes, etc. Yeah. That's true. You do not matter in the slightest. We can all take from that. You're not more important than anyone else. No one else is more important than you. We're all equally important. Okay? That's not what I was expecting. Well, I mean, some people need to know. There's a group called Collective Shout that need to be told that from time to time. You know? I said I want to ask knows how to program and make AI. Do you think in the future we'll give a machine AI our blood sample? It will tell us if we are sick because of it. So let me rephrase. Let me restructure your question there. I want to ask a guy who knows how to program and make AI. I don't know how to make AI. Do you think in the future we will give... I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I don't know. Do you think in the future we will give AI machines a blood sample and it will be able to tell us if we are sick and what we have because from that blood sample? I imagine that will happen in the future, except it's not going to tell us that we are sick or that we do have this. It will tell the doctors, hey, we've noticed this. It could be related to these things. These are the things based on white blood cell count, based on oxygen levels, based on these things that we've detected. These are the things that it could be, and then the doctor will be able to go, all right, cool. This is what we'll go through. That's what it will be. And the reason it'll be like that is because the AI can't be trusted to tell someone that they do have something. Because at the moment, if you get told by a doctor that you've got a month to live and you spend that month getting ready, you go through everything, you like say your goodbyes and all that stuff, and it turns out they were wrong, you can get compensation for that. If an AI tells you that, you have no recourse. Like, there's no one to hold accountable for giving you that assessment. You know? There's the holy hell that we have. That was funny. That was very funny. Oh. Ah. Don't worry, I'm getting ready to hydrate. Oh, that's hot. That's gonna make it even worse. What was that you ate? It was a rice cracker that had hot sauce on it. What does gedunt mean? That's not a stupid question. That is a great question. Gedunt. In Australia, we say g'day, short for good day. So here, in our stream, we say gedunt, which is short for good C word. As a 4-letter C word. The G apostrophe D replaces the C to give you gedunt. Yep. Because in Australia, we use that C word to Like, for people that we're friends with, for people that we don't like, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, people outside of Australia don't understand the nuance of the word, so we have to prefix it with good and bad. So we have a goodunt, which is someone that you're friends with, someone that you like, all that stuff. And then there's bedunt, which is someone that's bad, someone that you dislike, disapprove of, that sort of stuff. Makes it clear for people so that they don't get offended. They're like, oh my god, I can't believe you called me that. It's like, yeah, I'm saying it in a good way, in a positive way. Doctor, how are you doing? Welcome in. You're super offended? Guess what, Doctor? I don't care. Take your feelings to Isle Ware. Can you tell me what I'm offended about? I just got here. Gedunt and bedunt. Such a burn. Better call the ambulance. You know it. You know it. What do you think about assistance AI code? Tell you about the difference of the blood sample and what could happen because of it. Again, Max. It's not going to tell anybody anything. They won't tell anybody anything. They will provide information to the doctor based on it. And it'll be like a likelihood, like the things that it's most likely to be. That's what it'll do. And that type of assistance is good. That type of assistance is good because it can reduce the amount of time doctors spend trying to identify potential things. Because let's face it, doctors are people. They don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every single thing in the world and everything it relates to and all that kind of stuff. They have to do research when someone comes in with something that's different than the normal cold or flu type stuff. They have to look into it. They have to be like, what could this be? Do I need to refer them to a specialist? All this kind of stuff. So having an AI that can kind of look at everything and narrow it down to like a list of 10 things instead of potentially everything, that's helpful. Exactly. Let's see how that works. So, watch up in this corner here. We want to see what happens. Okay, so we didn't get anything. Because I'm an idiot. I need to add the thing to the scene. So watch up here. Okay, so it didn't work. Why didn't that work? Why did that... What? What? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Of course. It's a rich text label. Huh. New diff. BB code enabled. That'll be what the problem is, probably. No? What the fick? What the fick feckety foo? Thanks for the lurk, Max. Usually nurses get very specialized and depart from generalization. I should know, been a nurse for 19 years. God damn. Growing up, my stepmom would say, I work all day with sick people. Go be sick elsewhere. How we can build anything out of a series of ones and zeros is awesome. You can't build anything out of a series of ones and zeros. For example, you can't build anything quantum out of a series of ones and zeros. Yeah. You can design the program that will run on a quantum computer on traditional. You can design the program, yes, but you can't actually execute. You need the qubits. You need qubits, which have 4 states, as opposed to bits, which only have 2 states. So, at which point, you have a series of 0 1s and 1 zeros, or you have a series of 0 1 1. Like you have a series of multiple zeros and multiple. It's a whole thing. It's weird because a qubit has a 0 0 0 1 1 0 and 1 1 state. So, and you don't know what state it's in until you measure it, and then it locks in that value. So you don't know what the other possible values were. You just know that's the value that you got. Yeah. Did you see the 3B, 1B video that went over quantum computing? It was fascinating. I haven't. I have not. So why doesn't this set? Why? Can't direct link, I assume. You can. You can post links. I let people post links. If someone posts a link that's bad, then I delete the message and I ban them. Like, it's that simple. Let everybody post links, otherwise the terrorists win. You know? I don't know why it's not creating this. Like, why doesn't it create this? All my money is going to rent this paycheck. So the super hot sauce will have to wait for 2 more weeks. No! That's alright. That's alright. BB code, you know I'm so old. I see bought and board code. That's alright. A lot of people see an ode. See an ode to something else. I won't post links that are not to my own website because I don't know how harmful or horrid some site is without adblock. And I'm not interested in finding out. That's fair. That's fair. We code big here? We do. We do. We do big, beautiful code here. Alright. Big button container. It's also short for the British broadcast, like British. What is it? British Broadcast Corporation or something like that. Something like that. YouTube's kind of safe, so I trust it. Yeah. British Broadcasting Channel. I don't know why this isn't appearing. It does have everything there. Even YouTube sometimes has very adult ads because they're not very strict about going through the ad content before they approve it, or crypto scams. That's YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts has a shit ton of crypto scams. The most recent one I've been seeing on YouTube Shorts is people having a Asmongold video in the background or something like that, and it will be talking about, you know, oh, go to this site and you'll be able to claim this much cryptocurrency and all this kind of crap. Yeah, it's stupid. Why doesn't this work? the hell? These two happen in parallel. Does have them there at 70. 1700. What the hell? Hydrate. Let me get that for you. I've ran into straight up adult entertainment, etc. on YouTube ads a couple years back. I mean, are you an adult? Of the size. Okay, so we did see that, but it was offset because we also need to do new diff new diff. Horizontal alignment. Horizontal alignment. Right. Yeah. That's what we want. Beautiful. Excellent. This is now done. 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 Just guys see the Spotify makes you prove you're 18. If you're not, that'll do your account. In the UK, they are doing so. The thing with Spotify isn't that. The thing with Spotify is that in the UK, they are requiring people to use face scans to access age-restricted content. That's what they're doing. They're not deleting accounts if you're not 18 because there's content on the platform that's non-adult. Yeah. What is age-restricted content? Explicit content, podcasts that are labeled as adult. So podcasts that are discussing adult topics, such as, you know, if there's a podcast discussing the adult entertainment industry, for example, that would be age-restricted content. If a song has excessive profanity and is rated R18 plus, for example, that would be age restricted content. It's the same thing as if you go into a store to purchase music, if you are, let's say, 13 years old, and the music you're trying to purchase has has like an adult, like an explicit parental label on it, and you need to be 15 or older to purchase that, then you wouldn't be able to purchase it in the store without a parent being there to purchase it for you. On Spotify, it makes sense the same thing has to apply. So, yeah, if you're not over a certain age, obviously Spotify would need to go, all right, this music is for people that are of a certain age, so you can listen to it, but you'll get the censored version of it. You'll get the version of it toned down that doesn't have the explicit language in it and stuff. That's... And to be fair, that's fine, because that's already a law that physical stores have to adhere to. A physical store can't sell music to someone that's under the age of that music's age classification. So why would online retailers or online providers of that music be allowed to provide that content to people underage? So, music is art that should never be censored. Well, that's silly. That's very, very silly, because you would have to apply that to all artwork, including movies, which means you would be suggesting that porn is an art which shouldn't be censored. But obviously there has to be censorship in that stuff, so that a 10-year-old isn't walking around listening to music saying to, like, destroy parents or some crap like that. You know? There's... have a good one, Mike. We will catch you tonight when we start back up. Is Roman and Greek too much with PPs hanging out? So, like, there's... Hello, Munglo. How are you doing? Yeah, OnlyFans is art, and I stand by it. Like, exactly. So, there's a difference between art and sexually explicit content. So, the statue of David is art. A photo of Amaranth not wearing clothes with her legs open, that's explicit content. And the definition is, what's the focus? What is the focus of the art? What's the point of the art? What's the focus? What's its intent? That's the requirement. Where intent gets lost with time. But, like... Yeah. Like, censorship exists at some level. Like, it needs to. Like... The focus of the art is an additional $20 tip. Link in your DMs. Yeah, there's things that need to be mature. It's the same reason why Grand Theft Auto is rated R18 plus. At least in Australia, it's R18 plus. I don't know about elsewhere. And because it's R18 plus, children are not allowed to buy it without a parent being there to purchase it for them, or without the parent providing their permission via giving their kid access to finances and an account that is of age to play the game. And if a parent does that and then complains that their child is playing that type of game, that parent is stupid. I think age ratings need to go mostly. It should be the parent's job to limit what the kids have access to, not the government. But that's the thing, Doctor. So the government isn't limiting access. The government is saying, based on the content in this, based on the content in this, this is the age that someone should be to see it or to experience it. All right? That doesn't prevent parents from buying it for their kids. Parents can still purchase that stuff for their kids, but the child cannot go in on their own and purchase it without a parent saying yes, they're allowed to purchase it. So the parent can still get it for them. All right? So it puts the onus on the parent, saying if you're okay with your child watching this, buy it for them. If you're not okay with them watching it, don't buy it for them. All right? Because if you don't have that limit, Doctor, what happens is kids go into stores without their parents and purchase this content without their parents' permission. And thus, the parent is not able to moderate what their child purchases. Not every game is as clear as GTA. Not every game is as clear as GTA, but that's why there's not just an R rating and an everybody else rating. There's an everybody rating, there's a general audience rating, there's a PG-13 rating, which is, for someone under 13, parental guidance is kind of suggested for it. And then there's M for mature, for like M and MA 15 plus is for mature audiences, 15 years and over. And then there's 18 plus. So horror movies and horror games are generally MA 15 plus because they contain horror scenes that are going to be, harmful mentally or emotionally for a child that's 10 years old. So that's why we have varying levels of content classification. And that's why stores aren't allowed to sell things of a certain age restriction to younger people, so that the parents are the ones that have to purchase it for them. The parents are the ones that have to give the consent for the child to experience that content. I was 5 to 9 watching all the classic horror movies. Me too. But my parents were fine with that. I wasn't going into a store and hiring that or purchasing that myself. That's the point. That's the point. The parents were the ones going, yes, they're allowed to watch this. That's fine. So it literally does what you're suggesting it should do. Like, it's putting the onus on the parent to monitor and moderate what their child has access to. So we've got that marked off. I think tonight we will do this for the demo. Maybe. Actually, no, tonight we might do this stuff. We might do the box opening animation, and we might do some other stuff like the street improvements or the window improvements or something like that. Yeah. Maybe start looking at some music stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I borrowed all the horror movies from cousins. Of course, people, even children, are fairly complex things. Yep. A kid that tried to fly like Superman, if I'm not mistaken. There was. Yeah. I was trying to take her from something. Oh, that's a weird statement. I'm going to add this before I forget. We're going to commit this. We're going to do what? Money animation for adding and removing money completed in HUD. Open sign implemented with interactions. Day and night cycle finished. Linking with open sign at start of day. That was a good, productive 5 hours. I like it. Trick is being really, really bad at falling, so you miss Earth. But not so bad at falling that you end up going out of Earth's atmosphere and Earth's orbit. Yeah. You want to get that sweet spot where you are perfect at falling, so you don't fall to Earth. And you don't drift away from Earth, but you're like perfectly level. That's the trick. That's the trick, is getting that perfect of falling. I think the main thing is having to give ID or face biometrics to companies for no real reason. Yes, that is the stupid thing. We shouldn't be giving ID or face biometrics to companies. Instead, what should be happening is we should be putting the onus back on the parents. We should be putting the onus on the parents, saying, no, you have to monitor, you have to moderate your child's internet consumption. All right? If you don't want them to be on Facebook, monitor them. Make sure they're not on Facebook. What about kids without parents? Well, they will have guardians. Like, fine. I'll rephrase it. Put the onus back on the parents and guardians. So that covers that's whoever is the guardian of the child, whoever is acting as the parent of the child, whoever's filling that role. They are the ones that should be monitoring the child's internet consumption. Yeah, their legal guardian. Like, if it's very simple too. It's very simple. You don't want your child to be on social media? Don't fucking buy them a phone that allows them to access all of these social media apps. Save yourself $800 a year and buy them like a $100 phone that allows them to call you and text you when something, like when you need to know what's going on. All right? When they're at home, monitor their internet access. Make sure they're not accessing age-restricted content that you don't want them having access to. You know, put things in place to monitor when they access certain sites. You can do it. Like, these tools exist. And for people that say, oh, but kids are gonna have, like, kids are able to get their way around that stuff. Like, it's not foolproof. It's like, kids will be able to access the content anyway. Like, guess what? They're able to fucking do that now anyway. Even with these ID restrictions and face recognition stuff, they're able to get around all of that. The argument is pointless. They can still get around that stuff. No one said being a parent is going to be easy. You have to actually fucking do something. It's that simple. Most, if not all, things that connect to the internet have parental controls. Yes, but also inside your house, you can set up extra controls to block access to certain sites. So you can set up you can set up controls to block anything on your network connecting to Facebook, connecting to YouTube, connecting to X, connecting to whatever. Kids can get around that, yes, and it's illegal. Parents can be held liable, yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Like, not even parents can be held liable. You just go, okay, like, if you're upset that your child is accessing this content, you do something about it. That's it. That's all we need to say. Oh, you don't want your child accessing pornography on the internet? You do something about it then. You're the one that controls what devices this child owns, like what devices you purchase for this child, what your home internet can access and such. Like, yeah, people were just using Death Stranding 2 photos of Norman Reedus to get past Discord age verification stuff. Like, it's not a good system. Life gave up on Facebook when I made the local network unable to connect to all Facebook servers. Yeah, exactly. Front page loaded, but after that site broke. Yeah. Like, it's easy to set this stuff up. You just have to spend a little bit of time looking into it and learning how to set it up. And if you don't have that time to make sure that things are adequately safe to your standards for your child, perhaps you shouldn't be a parent. Like, if there's other things that you find more important than protecting your child from things that you deem not safe for them, perhaps you're not prepared to look after a child because you're putting other things ahead of them. You know? It's, yeah. I'm sick of parents being like, oh, but it's so difficult. It's like, yeah, no shit. We know this. We know it's difficult. What's your point? You're the one that signed up for it. God. We're going to end it here. I will be back in 5 hours to continue going with this stuff. We'll go say hi to Finn. Where is our raid message? We're getting close to an alpha. Thanks for the first stream. Thank you for being here for the first stream. Much appreciated. See you in 5 hours. Good night, monkey. Good night, doctor. Have a good sleeps. There's the message for the raid, or just say good day, you good dunce. You don't need to provide any sort of emotes if you don't want to. And yeah, I will see you in 5 hours. Have a good night, you good dunce. Toodles.